We're gonna exit games and come back.
Who took a shower to feel human? Me.
I also took a shower. That's one of the reasons I thought it was going to be late.
Do you feel human though?
Thank you.
Did it work?
Sweatshirt from Bloom Chic. Got the Void Kitty and some.
I feel like my usual vampire self. Not human.
That's good.
That's Fat People bracelets.
Are you so excited about the bracelets?
I'm so excited about the bracelet.
What bracelets?
But Bloom Chic has.
Kinky's like, I'm gonna wear all of them. I'm making up for time.
I am wearing all of them. But they had 2 different sizes, and I was like, these kind of bracelets never fit me. Well, it just me. So maybe I'll try these. And they fit. They don't hurt. They're not stretched out weird.
Yeah.
They're not pinchy.
They're not pinchy.
That's always the worst.
Listen, barring some sort of major thing that Blue Chic does, I have to very much say, if you're a fat person, you should look at them. You should take a gander.
You got them thick wrists? Go to Bloom Chic.
You got thick wrists? Yeah. But also, if you got that thick body, you go to Bloom Chic. I have a hoodie dress that I'm wearing tomorrow that has cats dressed up as ghosts in sheets. It's no small task, let me tell you. And there's actually some room without stretching.
Nice.
2 fingers? Yeah, 2 fingers. That's it. Oh. And then I got us, themed cupcakes. So got the little rings and shit. Oren's been having a ball with those.
Aww.
Right?
What is it now?
I'm saying.
Daddy.
I will say this sweatshirt is not very thick. Not for outside adventures during the winter. But
Guess how hot it is here today?
100.
It was a high of 81.
That.
I was like, the fuck?
Don't need that.
I was like, I just got used to fucking the cold.
This is how we keep your body always guessing.
It's how you keep my body
always
fucking sick.
Guessing. I'm gonna enter. But yeah, welcome in everybody. I love your faces. We are raising money for the Alzheimer's Association, who help more than 55 million people around the world, 7 million in America just alone. Same here. At the uni reverse card. Yeah, it is. We are so close to our 500 goal, my friends. $75. And then you get the pleasure of seeing my dear, sweet, close friends being tortured by horror games. Why do I say this? Because Crimson has only gotten 5 minutes in after 2 hours of Outlast, the actual first game. Yes, you've seen them play this game multiple times, but cannot get through the first game. And Phoenix Impy potentially finally finishing Alien Isolation after years. Not months or days or weeks. Years. So, and then also, I believe the main group of admins and whatever are doing most likely to stream, which that'll end in chaos. I'm so certain on that one. But yeah.
I mean, to be fair, most of the things we do ends in chaos.
I mean, to be fair, it's possible. All right, let's look at. Hold on. I should probably.
Enter Murkoff facility.
Back. Oh, right. And we're playing on those shows because they just dropped their spicy Halloween.
Did you join Crimson's game yet, Kinky?
Yeah, I can't. Not letting me.
You can't.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Thank you, Evan.
I was like, I was thinking I was doing something wrong.
No, it might not be in there anymore. I don't know.
Because, you know, me, technology, not so friends.
Rubbing that Halloween stuff, and we. Is this the full year? Like, I remember starting pretty much around.
I feel like we've been playing it for more than a year.
More than a year, you think? It had
Because
to
there
come
are
out
ways to
close to
look.
October, right? Because I remember getting the Halloween stuff. Well, I got the Halloween stuff in beta, and then had to
Oh,
do it again. So maybe not.
I'm looking at when I unlocked my achievements.
Okay. Well, the achievements didn't come in until it fully released, right? Oh snap! What we do? Jupe with the $25. What did you redeem? Did you redeem something?
Hmm.
So did Michael Myers. Oh, that's killer. I mean, he's very driven.
I was watching a guy talk about how there's certain killers that as long as you don't fuck with them, they won't fuck with you.
Unless you're already on their list.
Well, he's like Candyman. Just keep his name out your mouth.
Yep. 100%.
Uh, the chick from The Ring. Don't watch the fucking video.
Nope.
The lady from The Grudge. Just stay out of her fucking house.
Yep.
Stay out of Crystal Lake and you fine.
The mayor from Oculus.
Don't be
Just don't get it.
don't be a camp counselor.
Yep.
Don't
Number
be a
one way to
camp
get
counselor.
murdered. Easiest way to get murdered.
He doesn't give up. He's got tenacity.
You gotta appreciate it.
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger. Don't live anywhere near Elm Street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely someone's choice.
Michael Myers doesn't care. He's just if you are in his way in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Yeah.
He don't care.
Also, don't be Laurie Strode.
Right. Don't be his sister.
Babysitter.
Babysitter or sister.
Yeah.
Depending on
Which
Which
lure
ones
you're
you
going with?
actually listen to?
which version you're vibing with.
Wicked, here, over here.
What do I do?
I
Direct
don't know.
lock. Hold on. Wait, what?
Okay, so you need to have like. There you go.
I still am not.
French kiss on the. What you got for food?
Breakfast.
Ooh. All right. How's everything sounded, Jupe?
Oh, okay. Oh, it's to 10.
Catalog. Woo!
Okay.
Good job.
Was that part of our tasks?
I don't know.
Okay, tasks daily.
I have
Travel, unlock, adrenaline.
so many of these things already.
Weekly. Okay, we gotta jump over stuff. Can't be incapacitated. Battery boost. Pick up items.
Ooh.
Throw
Hi,
projectiles.
Jupe.
What's a grunt?
What's a what?
Who's a grunt? It says throw 10 projectiles at a grunt.
We'll find out.
We're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Disarm a trap using the stun rig. Use the heal rig 3 times during one trial. Use antidote. What are these
Vibing.
geysers?
Vibing with it.
Okay, we gotta travel run crouching.
Ooh.
Um,
Look at the bedroom.
Crimson,
Right?
Pinky.
What?
Yeah.
This says extract 3 organs.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do?
Extract 3 organs. What do you mean?
I don't think
I
I
feel
like
like that.
this.
I feel like that's pretty clear.
I don't like this.
It feels pretty clear.
Ooh, we need
I
to
agree.
hide in we need to hide 50 times.
That's not a problem.
We need to headshot.
All right.
Not a problem for me.
Oh, you mean this barrel that I've lived in for the majority of the time?
I'm ready whenever y'all are.
Just jumpy outy inny.
Jumpy out, any.
Out.
And I'm in. And I'm
I'm
out.
out.
And I'm out.
Out.
Yes, I will step into the
Oh
trial.
my god, look at the decorations. They're so cute.
Right.
I want them. We only 50 away, friends. 50 away from Nymph finishing Alien Isolation and potentially 5
Well,
more minutes of Outlast from Crimson.
by the way,
Right.
it was 5 minutes of Outlast in an hour, not 2 hours. Thank you very much. And this
Mm.
game, the beta started on my birthday last year, and it officially released on my birthday this year.
Okay, so May.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So the beta came out in May, and then the game released in May.
We've been playing this for a while.
No.
Uh-huh.
I thought it came closer to Halloween. 'Cause I remember getting Halloween stuff. But maybe that was just the beta.
That was the beta.
Oh, we have to make the wax doll thingies.
Yep.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, see, you can see Mother Gooseberry's head.
I didn't look. Oh, nope.
Um, this is your reminder. I don't think I should have to say it for this, but the Outlast Trials is a severely fucked up game.
As our warning
That's your
says,
warning.
check your triggers.
My friend Shelby, she started dating a guy who's a choir teacher for middle school,
Oh boy.
and he's
Oh.
like so nice for like he's so nice. He's very nice. And she just told us that she's never been more embarrassed in her entire life until she had a room of 7th graders say, "Hi, Mr. Whatever's girlfriend."
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "That is so cute." Oh,
Did you walk into the cloud?
he did.
Hold on. Come here.
That was funny. That was funny. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we know what a grunt is yet?
I believe their
No.
body is hung up on the walls where we. Oh, maybe not that. I don't know.
Like, are they just like the people walking around? Like, not mom?
I don't know. My friend, you play this as much as we play this.
I'm gonna
What
try
the fuck
something.
was that?
I don't know. What was that?
All right, we're gonna
Um.
see if that was a grunt. I'm gonna hide real quick.
So I opened a door and something like Slender Man type thing flew out at me and disappeared.
Slenderman.
Yeah. So I
Something's
think
getting
we
up.
know what they mean by because Geista means spirits
Oh, I heard it.
in German.
Oh, snooze out.
Okay, so grunts are not the ones on the ground.
I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi. Snooze out. By the way.
Okay.
I was going to check on the strange noise. Oh, good luck to you, Drew. Coming.
Make sure you throw stuff at as many people as you can. We need 50 headshots.
Do you not already do that?
I usually try to avoid them if I can.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck
Shit.
you. That was a geist.
At a local Palestinian job to
Oh,
support
it's like a
down the road.
poltergeist. I feel so stupid now.
Why?
You know, I couldn't figure out what the word was.
I mean, it's a new word. You shouldn't feel stupid.
Oh, I unlocked a door. Okay, are you a grunt? Ah!
You're just gonna bully this one.
Whoop!
Oh. Shit.
Gotta pick up all my bricks.
Oh, that's right. I have a stun. Let's pick that up. Oh.
Oh, what is this?
Going up.
Where do I take this?
Yeah, no problem. We will be here.
Oh, I need to put it
Pistachio.
here.
Pistachio cream is good. Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Oh! Hey, Snoo. Running. I'm running. Oh.
I remember what we have to do in this one now.
Yeah, we have to go get. Oh! Mistakes are made. Mistakes are made. That's my bee.
No! Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't want nothing to do with you. Oh my god.
Why do I hear?
I tried to hide in a cabinet and one of the poltergeists jumped at me.
I tried. I promise I tried.
Stay the fuck away from me.
Ooh, okay, so I think that one's a grunt, Kinky, because I got 5 projectiles from hitting that one.
Oh.
So I think that one's the grunt.
Hey, Salad. Can't believe we're so close. All right. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Okay.
So, Crimson, it's the one that just like runs around. That's got the machete.
Alright. I have so many healing items on me.
I don't know how long I was muted.
A while.
A while.
A while.
Okay.
And I'm in. And I'm out. And I'm in. And I'm out. And I'm in.
We are rocking it.
Where do we go now?
Back upstairs and through the gate
Oh.
that I opened.
Okay, I found a Kinky.
I found a not wicked.
Uh-oh. I think it's...
Oh, it's
What
this
did
way,
I
Kinky.
come from? Shit. Okay, yeah. Oh, snoo.
Oh, snoo.
Snoo.
Please no snoo. I'm sorry for upsetting you, snoo. I thought we were friends, snoo. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna pick that up.
And I hide. Ah! You bitch. I think I hate the Geist more than I hate the fucking.
Everything.
Yeah.
Boot you off.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
You welcome.
I want this.
That is a badonkadonk.
It is.
That is perfection.
Right. Got a lot going on in that wagon you dragging.
In that wagon, you dragon. You got a lot of dump in that trunk.
Oh, I think I found him.
Found who?
Oh, good. Ugh. I
Who
found.
did you find? Why do I feel? Oh.
I just put my
Oh.
hand in his tummy.
Okay. That's what we have to find. Okay. I don't like that, but all right.
I put
Did you
my
see what we
hand in
have to
his
dig
tummy.
through, Crimson?
Hand in his tummy.
Yeah, I saw it on stream.
Okay.
That you said too.
Ugh. It's so squelchy.
Not with our physical bodies, no. Might be able to throw something at it. I've never tried. I was yeah, this guy. Back in butt. Back in butt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Looking saucy.
Alright, I got the foreman key.
Yep. I will wait down by the body. Everything is in the right order now.
I'm looking for bodies to stick my hand in.
Okay.
How'd your stream go, Solid?
What am I looking for first?
Okay. You are looking for A242. Oh.
Okay. I'm in control room A.
Alright. A242 coming down?
Hey, sometimes that Geist thing will pop out like a Jack in the Box of one of the barrels.
Good to know.
Yeah, that's fun.
Love that for us.
That's a fun journey for me.
Okay. I did my syringes. So when I find more, I'm going to mark them for you guys.
Oh no! I missed it. It'll come back around. Alright.
Do you know what the second one is?
No. I have to put the first one on.
Rude.
No. Oh! Stay away from me, Slender Man. There it goes.
I'm really not enjoying the Geist.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
I feel like we're not supposed to enjoy any of this, but we do. At least
And
enough.
What does that say about us?
Says a lot.
Yeah, that we need more therapy.
Probably. Alright. Looks like it's on its way down. I'm alive! Alright, got it. And we're looking for A78.
Hey, Mom.
Got it. Yeah, baby.
I think Lily sent you the address.
Oh, you bastard!
It's on its
Oh,
way
I
down.
just heard it.
Okay, baby. Thank you. Go eat dinner.
we have 3 out of the 5 organs.
Yep. We only need 2 more. Got it.
Just gonna keep hiding.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Okay. Thing hasn't opened. Still gotta find the key for that one, right? There.
I'm waiting for the door to open. There we go. Oh, I found the body.
Cool. Put your hand in it.
If the organs are falling out of it, we've already done it.
Oh, I got organ number 4.
Yay. We only need 1 more.
And
Alright,
it looks like we're looking for B871. As well as the key.
Oh, here's my
Archives.
adrenaline.
Archives. Oh. I found a confidential room. I didn't even know there was one here.
I think there's one on every map, honestly.
Alright. Last organ.
Cool.
Oh, yay.
Mom's out.
That bitch.
Alright. I'm coming with the key.
Okay.
What, Logan? No, you cannot play in the VR.
Yes, that is her brain. Oh! Shit.
Eight, 7.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm slightly lost.
Okay. Oh, you son of a bitch. I said, well, finished Dead Space 3, including the DLC ending, then put the next game to vote and started the original Dead Space. Nice. Very productive.
871's on its way down.
Hey, gotta. No, I pushed your daughter. Question is, where is it?
It comes down in the first room, and then you have to change it to the second.
Not for B, for C.
This is all very confusing for me.
Confusing for me too. It is.
Bless you.
She's gonna come. She's gonna come. B567. Get in the fucking barrel. We're fine.
Make sure you,
Ooh, beast stew.
It's on its way down.
Well, Mom is standing right beside me. Okay.
I'm here.
You got it? Okay, okay, I can get it.
Okay. I'm gonna look for the sheet key now.
Okay.
Do you have it? Any idea what you're doing?
I did not look at the numbers on that board.
I'm
That's my
slightly
bad.
lost. I was trying to figure out my way back, and then I stupidly opened the door
Stop moving. Stop moving. I'm behind you. Hi.
Woo!
Go ahead.
I hit the button.
C185. C185.
I didn't want to do that.
Beef stew sounds good. Husband
Make
makes
sure
beef
you
stew.
use the adrenaline or something, Crimson. That's one of our things.
I know.
Oh, I don't think so, bitch. It's stunner that gets her up.
Who's banging on shit? Okay, I'm back in storage. What do we need?
Oh! Shit.
The C key. That's what we need.
Ah!
Oh.
Do you got some nice crusty bread with some butter? Best thing.
I don't want to see my daddy get shot.
Does it tell us where Siki is? I forget this one. It's been so long.
Cock is not stuffing.
Um.
No. You know Mama's only after that taser dick.
You don't see me, I don't see you.
But not one of us is out. Hmm. What is that noise? Adrenaline. Adrenaline.
Oh, showers. We're looking for the showers.
I was just in the showers.
I'm just using
I'm
res.
I'm
Fair
in
enough.
the shower.
Fair enough. Halloween.
Oh, I must be in the wrong side of the
Got a cat.
showers.
Moons. Pumpkins.
Archon.
And then on the arms, we got pumpkins and bats. So excited. Did I have a dress for actual Halloween?
Found it. It was in the.
Oh, I'm in the wrong side of the showers.
Rude. Rude, Slenderman.
The fuck?
I don't remember ever being on though.
Mom's following me.
C185. I'll go get it.
My butt's being touched.
Mama, get out of my way. I got shit to do.
What are we looking for?
It's not a murder for
See what?
fucking
185.
square. That hurt, damn it!
Well, I know it did.
Got it.
Ah! Oh, you bitch.
Alright, see, 185 is coming down.
Guys going upstairs. Sorry, did you say one was coming down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me a sec. That means it should be over here.
I'm up here.
Ah, shit. I may not be able to get it.
Okay. It went right past me. I'm sorry.
Okay. I have to swap it. Oh, no, it's still down here. It's fine. We're fine. Oh, never mind. It is going back up. My bad. Wicked Ova. Take that, you bitch. She's
Oh, I
coming.
need to slide.
She's coming. Oh, wow. Punch you in your face, bitch. Now this is my desk. Okay. Are you able to get it, or did you? I'm running. Actually, you put it on this one. I'll grab it.
God damn it. I
Shit.
missed it again.
Alright. Good. I'll stay by that one. Let me get this barrel. Travel distance. Unlock 3
Make sure you slide.
containers.
You gotta slide for something.
15 of 50 hiding spot.
You're not a crimsonac sure.
Are they still here? Grab it. Oh!
No.
Don't you do it! Grab it!
She didn't run
Run!
after me?
No, because I stunned her. Huh?
Alright. It's on the next one.
I'm going. Wait. It has to be upstairs, right?
I'm heading upstairs.
And then I opened the door. From D, right? You come down from D?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, got it?
Ugh. Okay. Demand.
Got it.
Now is not the time.
Alright, what's the next one?
I think that's it. Yeah.
Now we have to change where he's going.
Oh, okay.
Usually the C only has one. Ah!
Yeah.
Welcome back, you.
There we go.
There's a not us somewhere. Hate it. Hate it, beloved. Definitely something wrong with that water. You good?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if that works for the pick up 50 items.
Oh. I mean, we'll organically pick them up anyway. Coming, Crimson!
No, it doesn't work.
Hmm.
Alright, I got the first gas thing done.
Yep. Someone said you may not need to find the second one. Burn the sex toy, baby! Mind you, we made the sex toy, so there's that.
I'm coming.
You ain't gonna do shit all! Hurry, Crimson!
Exit's this way.
What? Oh. That's not good. Just trying to charge up my thing again.
I'm out.
Yeah. An Outlast game.
Ooh, task completed. Score an A in the trial. All right.
Wait.
I got 9 pumpkins.
Yay, pumpkin! Oh, sex toys are a big part of this game.
Oh.
In every
Kinky
way.
has like one or two in her room.
I do. Yeah. Just on display, really. They're very antique-y.
Mm-hmm.
I love you too, disconnected voice.
Tomorrow's wars will be endless and quiet, and we will win them with silent weapons like you.
Blanket arrived.
Invest. I messed up. Drop it. I'm sorry.
Coming out to this lady standing next to a hay bale, it oddly feels connected. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
they match.
they match, but also she got garters. Oh,
Yep.
man. Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to you, but I like your decorations.
Papa
Oh.
has special things planned for me.
Mm.
Babushka!
Right?
Does it
Well, thank you.
involve a new vibrator?
Oddly, I mean,
Gonna do my
it
tasks.
should. Will it? Don't know. This game
Hello,
has
Babushka.
everything. Try and Halloween up my room. That one though. Plastic wrap. Plastic wrap one. There. Nah.
Travel 200 meters while crouching in a single trial. Extract 3 organs in a single trial.
Just connect. That'll work.
I'm gonna go potty. You could probably start the next one.
In another pumpkin. Bowl of candy. Look away. I'll be here regardless. Oh, it's my teddy bear, Fucky. Kitty cat. Pumpkin. Actually, this kind of work. Want to give me more Halloween posters? That'd be then the Halloween one. Purple. The purple. So, ah, bed. Yeah, that works. Hopefully, everybody's having a good day. 50 away from our 500 goal. We love to see it. All right. We Halloweened up. Cool. Yeah. Look at the park. And they're playing Halloween music. Love it. Absolutely. I want the hanging decorations. Give me the hanging decorations.
Right? They're too pretty for you to just put out once a year.
Done here. 27 days, huh? About.
Uh,
I'm back.
that was nice. Welcome back. Let's go
Where are we going?
to the next trial. That reminds me, I'm getting mad. I need to get near your classes.
Getting what?
I'm having a drinking cut dilemma.
Okay.
That's never good.
In what
Having
capacity?
My cup smells.
Ah,
What the fuck? I just like teleported.
I just had a great
And
You are the surgeon's knife, and where you meet flesh, blood and pain must follow. We are the surgeon's medicine, who regulate pain and death. Poison the supply of those who would ease pain, and
oh,
we let you
ew!
out.
Is this the milk one?
Yeah. No, wait. I think this is poison the shipment. It could be the milk. I don't fucking know anymore.
Oh, I saw milk,
well,
so I got
there is
concerned.
milk. If there's this guy, there's milk.
You nasty. okay. Now my brain is like, we don't have to worry about the clock. That was the last time we were doing it. We had to worry about the timer.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot.
About go go go
The
go go.
the um the explodey thingies
Oh yeah, the traps.
that you can only see when you have your eyes on.
Go.
I was like, what hurt me? And then I was like, oh yeah. Thank you. Oh no. I am injured. I
Healer coming up.
Hello.
Oh shit, I don't have that on.
There's some health here.
Oh, never mind.
Pick it up. I'm sure you'll need it later. Oh! Ah, holy fuck it!
I'll be right back.
Get off of me! Get off of me! Uh-oh. Keep running!
Where'd y'all go?
I got manhandles.
Did you like it?
Not really.
Oh, that sucks.
And I have did what you just said, burb.
How's it going over here?
No, you know. Nice real estate. she? Is she? Is she? Done. Ugh, today is 29th. It's done. Next 2 days are morning streams. Did this to myself.
You did do this to yourself. Why does past us never think about
Present
future
and
us?
future us. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because we're so excited.
And then we're so tired.
And then we're so tired. Tomorrow I am on at 9 my time. So noon Eastern. And then Crimson and Jupe playing House of Ashes. And then we watch Suspiria.
It's a busy day tomorrow.
That busy day. And then on Halloween, it's me and Salty. So I might fill the time between Salty. I don't know. Uh, just for a final push. Quickly.
I'm back. Sorry. I thought I was burning dinner.
Yeah. All right. You come in?
Yeah. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, you got some turkey slippers,
Look at turkey slippers.
What are you
Zaya.
talking about? Oh.
Zaya got they look like turkey legs.
Ah.
Oh.
They got a little bone sticking out the back.
Adorable and creepy.
Oh, ah! That's what he said.
It's so cute. I love them.
All right. You rat bastard.
Oh, he got you.
You got me. You got the tater.
He got the tater.
I would.
I thought I burnt the
Wait.
taco meat. I was like, no.
Okay.
What all?
Now you can go.
What all does it have in it?
Oh, it's just the taco meat with the seasonings and stuff. I thought I had it too high.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, we gotta get these things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, I need to get 3 of them this time.
Oh, okay.
Fuck me. Oh, the door's here.
What door? The secret?
I have one button.
Where's the other? Are you in here? Are you in the bathroom? Are you behind the door in the bathroom? No. Are you in the stall in the bathroom? No. Not Crimson. Are you out here?
Yeah.
How far away is the door thing usually?
Alright, I found the other button. Come back.
Where did I miss it? I
It was
got
at
this
the
one.
end of the hall.
No, I wasn't looking at the end of the hall.
Wearing
I
Astro
know
Boy
you weren't.
shirt. Huh? You have a good day? Huh? Mwah. 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 Hey, Adderall. How are you?
Adderall! Here.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what we have to do.
There you go.
Gas man. Sometimes I hear things too. No, I'm good. I don't need help.
That is not how I thought that was gonna go. Okay, got it. Oh, he's running after someone.
I'm good. I don't need help. Thanks.
Coming back. Oop. I picked up drugs.
Drugs. Drugs.
Drugs.
Drugs.
May I have your drugs?
Drugs.
It's a WW X Nova. Okay, I did my pick up 50 items.
Nice. What you been up to, Adderall? How things? How's life? Have anything to throw at you? You all good?
Yeah, I'm pushing the thing to the area it needs to go.
Oh, okay. Everywhere to get the last 50. I put it in as many places as I could, and that's all I could do.
How many organs have we gotten?
One.
One. Okay.
Alright, I used all the adrenaline I needed. I'm just wandering around looking for bodies.
What's it do? Refill drugs. Okay. What? Does that never hit their face? It's okay. Still breathing. Walking. Good. I'm good.
Why isn't
No,
it
ma'am, I do not belong here.
Cortina is behaving for the moment. We'll find out later. Ooh,
What am I
also,
doing wrong?
oh, you're doing anything wrong. What do you mean?
Did you hold down the right button?
Yeah.
I'll hold down the button and I'll keep moving back and forth until
There
I
it
find where
is.
it wants.
Okay. I wasn't back far enough.
Oh, this part. Gotcha.
What? I can't. That is not a question for me.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I got um edibles, mushroom edibles.
Yeah. What? Did you say?
Shrooms.
Did you say Russian edibles?
No, mushroom.
Mushroom.
Oh.
Mushroom
Okay.
edibles.
My. Apparently, my ears are broken.
Huh. Psychedelics. We got some psychedelics in the house. Uh,
I heard Russian edible.
listen,
Look, I don't know that anybody here could handle
could
that.
handle Russian edibles. Yeah, that'll be a lot.
Ugh.
I feel like it would be very intense.
I feel like even trouble would be couch locked for quite some time.
Yeah. Did you? Okay.
Oh, wait, okay. I found one corpse.
Okay.
Alright, that's an organ.
The battery booster. Complete 3 trials about 25 obstacles. Yeah, I do that. Pick that up.
Oh,
I
wait, I'm
do
near
not want to
one.
be your new mommy.
Mazel. It's a gangster baby.
Mazel tov.
Alright, ready?
I don't know.
What are we ready in?
I have a code.
For which one?
For which one?
Spiral.
I don't know if I'm near that.
Shit. Which one's spiral? Oh, that's triangle.
Found it. I'm ready.
564.
Toy.
I'm just a scared little boy.
You about
Oh.
to get hit.
I don't think you're a scared little boy.
He called me a chunky whore.
Wow.
I mean, I'm chunky, but I'm not a whore.
He knows what
Not
you
that there's
about.
I
anything
mean,
wrong.
only for you,
Grayson
husband.
Pleasure.
Grayson pleasure?
Grayson. Gryhson. Pleskook. Plesook. Plesook.
Plazook.
Plesook.
He said he's gonna kill me and he's gonna drink me.
Oh, well, I mean, we all have, goals, ambitions, hobbies.
I found triangle.
Okay, I'm at triangle. Hello, my keys. Rude.
Alright, hold on. Triangle's being a little bit of a bitch.
I don't know. Slenderman really humping my back right now, though. That's the noise I can hear.
I do
You
think you're a baby.
need to hurry, please. I think Wicked opened the door near me.
I got pentagram.
You gotta wait.
That's okay. I'm running. 943.
Get up. Okay. Yeah, okay. You got me. Now fuck off.
Nope. Wait. Let me see you. Get off of it. Guess I'm gonna hide.
Alright, I've got it.
Okay.
402.
Okay. That one is done. Anadas is out. Anadas is out. Ah!
I got the pentagon one up.
Yep, I get this one.
Oh, you scared the
What? What? I don't. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I didn't know you.
I'll shoot you before you shoot me, babe. Ah!
I'm behind you, Kinky.
Big guy out. Big guy out. Big guy out. Ah! He blocks it. Oh no. Run. He brought. It did not slow him down.
I am out of stamina.
Okay. I got it. Yeah. Suck on that one, bitch.
I'm trying to believe.
I can push it if you need to rebuild. Oop. Oh. You're by yourself, friend. Uh-oh.
Ooh, I see another bunny.
It's not a... That's not a crimson. Hold on, I found a body. Do you still need the body?
Be right back.
Yeah, I need to do 2 more.
Okay. There's one right here. But he is definitely following you. So there's also that.
Alright. Got a vertebrae.
Okay. Where are you, Wicked? You're hiding. I'll go get the drugs and... No! I got it. Oh, you bitch! Ugh. I need one more. No, no shit.
I got an organ. I got my 3 organs.
Cool.
Alright.
Can you put another drug in? Or did you... Is Wicked AFK?
I think she's AFK. I will take over the drugs.
Okay.
Alright, drugs are in.
Okay. Coming to get the drugs. Buying the drugs.
Drugs up.
Drugs.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck me.
Drugs. I still get this. Uh-oh.
Alright, last drugs. I had to hit a not you.
Okay, yeah, give me a second.
I got him.
Okay.
Breathing all that cocaine.
Good for you.
Gonna do a cocaine about it.
Have a big cocaine about it. Looks useful.
Oh, it's my. I dropped my scanner thing.
Okay. I was like, what?
First poison. Ah, ah, ah.
Ah, ah, ah. Hello, Thea. Look at how close we are, Thea. Look at.
Tia, tia.
Ah! No! Hurry! Uh-oh. That guy just chilling. I can't throw anything at you.
Just remember, like, the second your health is down at all, to, like, drink something. That's another one of them. Hey.
Oh, is it? Huh. Yeah, I've been doing that. I'll pick this up. What just happened? What did you do?
The, guys.
Oh. Hide underneath this bed. We hiding. We storing. We're doing good. Look at my Loom Sheet bracelets. They're for fat people. They fit.
Alright, organs are done.
And the sweatshirt. Kitty and the moon. Bats. Pumpkins.
Fuck.
I got a sweater dress for the 31st. So excited. What do we need to do? Add poison from chemical storage. Okay. Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh. Hey, adrenaline. More drugs.
Drugs.
Take all the drugs.
Drugs. Drugs.
That's the only way my system is held up now. I don't know.
Alright.
Hopping from trash can to trash can, baby.
I have some poison. I'm gonna drop it off here for you.
Ooh, okay.
What?
Coming. Hello.
Watch out for her.
Ah! You work on that. I'm gonna head this way. Ah!
I'm back, sorry.
Troublemancer. Oh, shh. Trouble.
Alright, how far have we gotten?
Ooh, I got real high off that. Trouble,
shit,
thank you for the $100 donation.
What?
Oh,
Guess
I
No.
gotta
who's
play
gotta
out
play
last.
out
Everybody's gotta play all the things. I already had my birthday, but maybe this is Christmas. You know what's up?
We're getting poisoned, right?
Poison. You.
No, we're done.
Okay.
Oh, are we? Okay. No, one poison. One of 3.
Well, I have a second one.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Holy shit! It happened. It happened.
Crimson's gotta play out. I have
One
so
more.
many antidotes. Oh, you bitch.
All right, I got one.
Oh, she about to hit me.
Yeah.
I have that one too. Ah!
All right, I have the last one. I'm coming.
There's so many people in this room. Well, hypothetically speaking,
Okay. Hypothetically, what?
there's a block on Halloween if you're not doing anything between me and Salty. Me and also for Crumble. Ah, say we love you, Crumble.
Thanks, Crumble. You know what? Hit me. Thanks.
You know what? Hit me. Just get it over with, please.
Oh,
All right, I'm gonna do this.
that was not a thank you.
I'm gonna do this.
Oh,
Okay.
All right, I dropped 2 rig recharges at the dock.
Okay.
I'm running. Where? I do not know.
We got problems. Yes, guy.
I have a bunch of antidote.
Oh, she's done. I got nothing else for you.
How?
What? Gotta go hide. Under a different bed. Oh, you son of a bitch. Slenderman, I swear to God. You're not scary. You're just an inconvenience at this point.
All right, I have my 4 drugs and I am ready.
You're 4. Oh, shit. I didn't
Oh,
pick
I
anything
didn't
up.
take any.
All right. Be back.
I forgot that was a thing we had to do.
What? Son of a... Oh, God. I hate it here. I gotta drop
Fuck.
all this. Okay.
There's a not me next to you, Wicked.
Holy shit! Run! Oh, God. Ugh. Random diagnosed Alzheimer's dementia, so I know she'd want to donate. Oh, for sure. I hope, you know, things are going as well as they can for them. You know?
This one's a lot easier when we don't have to worry about time.
Right? Who'da thunk it? Oh, oh, I'm gonna fight you!
Oh!
See? See? What you doing, Crimson?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. You want me to push the button? Or you vibing? No.
I was eating the tacos.
Is it white people talking now, or like you got authentic tacos, or like what's going on?
Pretty much white people talking to me.
Yeah. Ah! No, you don't got to show me nothing. I'm good.
I got salsa on my taco.
I don't. Salsa for me. Who was I talking about? I think I was talking about this with someone yesterday, actually.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday or the day before. They all blend together.
It all blends together. But it was a conversation we did have.
Yes.
That part
you
I
like
do
to
know.
dip it to get it liquidy, but you don't want
Yeah,
the chunks.
I like a chip with some liquid on it, like the flavor.
I
But
got you.
no chunks.
I got you.
All right, all we need is yours, Kinky, and we're done.
Sweet. Let me just shove these drugs into this guy. No pepperoncinis. Yeah, I've seen Mississippi Stew. No, you're done? Okay.
Whoa!
Sometimes you gotta have little bags of drugs about it. You know?
Who took my recharges? You did it.
Wicked.
Let's go.
You all upstairs already?
Nope, wrong way.
I don't remember. Oh.
You go past the bodies, out the back door, up the stairs.
Back door. Oh, okay.
That's
I see.
not me. There's a not me up there. Never mind, she's gone.
Way.
Coming. Here
Come on.
we go.
Did we get all the organs?
Yes.
I found my crimson.
Ooh, I found Snoo Snoo. Snoo Snoo found my forehead.
You said hello.
Wait. Ow, my body. Oh, that looks like it's gonna hurt. Okay. Not as much as I thought it was going to.
Where's my
Ow,
kitty?
he's hurting me.
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
I'm trying to find you.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh,
I lost.
he's gonna shoot me again.
I lost. What did I do this last
Kiki,
time?
this way.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck you.
Nope. Okay. I'm coming. I can get it. Ah! Let me pass! Let me pass! Leave me alone. Oh no!
All right, can
I'm
no go left. Wicked, go left.
This is my left.
Costume for Halloween. Halloween.
I only got one left. Ah, he's right here.
There she is.
I did shit in your sugar bowl.
Oh no! What the shit? You can't make me. I feel like you probably will finish it. I don't know how I did that. I'll be real honest. A lot of things were going on.
I will not finish.
No, you barely started. What are you telling me?
Mhm. The funny thing is, I'm gonna have to start over.
Yeah, not within a
I've
safe spot.
obviously uninstalled the game.
Oh, well, okay. Mm-hmm.
This one does with the game that you spend an hour for 5 minutes.
Yes, yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, onesies are no good when it's hot.
I wanted to get a onesie.
Where's Logan? Logan,
You learn beautifully.
come here.
You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science.
What are you
I
doing in
think
there?
you are a perfect masochist.
On what?
I feel like I
Did you bring
accomplished a
your
lot
food?
in there.
Okay.
Not all of it on purpose. Yeah,
More
I
my dailies.
we ordered sushi yesterday, but I also got hamburgers, cheeseburgers. So I get my sushi today with some tempura, yam tempura. So good. And then that's my afternoon meal. Oh shit.
Disable prime asset traps. What are those?
I love sweet potato tempura. So good.
Uh,
I should get one of those and then the shrimp, but because I mixed and matched, I didn't get the prawn tempura. Good thing I have some here. I got prawn tempura at home.
Please enter the shuttle for today's therapy session. Step into the shuttle. The trial is ready.
That is my leg potato.
now it's his leg.
Right.
You are justice. You are loyal. We cannot allow the tyranny of facts and impartial reason to condemn the people who protect and guide you. The past is changeable. The future is set. Sabotage the court, kill the judge, and we will let you out.
Do you know what the trap things are?
What do you mean?
It says disarm or disable 25 prime asset traps. Are those the battery ones?
What kind of traps? Time asset?
Prime.
Prime asset traps. I don't know that. Hmm. Guess we'll find out.
I'm just gonna crouch for a little bit.
Oh yeah. But also hide. I think I got all my hide spots. I should let me look. Yep. All hide spots done. I need to oh prime assets. Traps. Prime assets. Consume a healing product within 15 seconds of taking damage. Did I not do that? I feel like I did. Huh. That's it. There you go. What you doing, boy?
Please report to the courtroom for an opening statement by the defense.
No, please. Maybe we can discuss it.
Kinky, did you get your 3 organs?
No, not yet. I figure I will. Nusu, no! Nusu, no! Oops, Nusu, no! Oh, there's definitely one in there. Okay. Come here first. Hey. Oh. Open the store. There we go. I hear one. There he is. Hold on. Get the fuck out of here.
Do you need to do the corpse?
Yep.
I did 1. I'm going to leave the rest for you.
Okay. John 1. Howdy. What? Time to go back to car driving. Be safe, Trouble.
Be careful, Chobo.
Tokyo drifted, came back. Did you get your organs? Listen. Sometimes you gotta grab your organs. I do. They're definitely not all inside of my body. Like, all inside of their meat suit. You know what I'm saying? So when I cough or sneeze, I have to hold them.
Just like when you pee.
Never had the bladder problem. I suppose, small blessings. I don't think there's any cupcakes left, but I'm gonna ask for hot chocolate. Mm. Oh, no cupcakes.
I'm
Boo.
gonna go grab a drink real quick.
Okay.
I don't know if you've noticed, but there have been a lot of notes written on the wall.
Really?
Fucking Geist. Yes, so I just walked past one that says there are no chains,
A.
and then the letter A underneath of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's behind you on the wall.
Yeah, that's it.
And then I realized I have seen more than one note with the letter A underneath it on the wall.
Oh. Someone trying to tell us stuff?
I don't know.
Wow.
Why won't you let me die?
Okay. Evidence, acid,
Ow.
samples. I hear you. Oh, there you are. All right. 2 organs. Ah, ah, ah.
I'm heading upstairs. Oh, there's an adrenaline. If I can do words.
Oop.
Another adrenaline.
Nine, 6, 7, 8.
No, Wicked!
What?
No, not Wicked.
Oh. I heard no wicked.
Oh, whoop.
All right. One more head.
Toy.
Hi, Brian.
a friend.
I have to crouch.
Right here.
Everyone revolt. A.
What?
Ooh, are we gonna have a revolt? We're gonna have a jailbreak?
Eight.
And
Something, something, 2. 8,
4.
9, 4, 2.
There are no chains.
Oh, Kinky, there's a. Oh, you got that body. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
Putting
wicked.
the last
I promise I tried.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh no.
Ooh, big kill. Toy. Yeah, I think there's another one in like the main area, but I didn't get it because Snoo Snoo was after me.
Can thing.
Mm-mm. Okay.
I'm watching somebody play Bear and Breakfast, and I'm like, I need
Oh
it.
my god, I
Play
love that
what?
game so much.
Bear and Breakfast.
Oh, what's that?
I love it.
It's a bed and breakfast, but you're a bear.
Oh.
And you like go through and you like find places and start fixing them up. And you make money.
I got 3 of the organs. So if you need...
I have the last acid.
Okay. I hear it right now. Oh.
Taser
I
taint.
definitely just went in a circle, I feel like.
We're just gonna go ahead. Oh yes, he went away.
Alright. Head back to you all. Obvious.
These are so much easier without the timers.
Yes. That is factual.
Taser taints behind me.
Okay. Come in.
Oh, kitty.
Oh, has anybody need a lockpick? We're supposed to unlock 3 containers.
Nope, I'm good.
Sure. You can have my crumbly brick. Enjoy.
I'll have your half a brick.
Whee!
Objection.
All right.
Are we gonna stay together? What do we need still? Oh, I need 25 more organs.
I think that's a collective one.
Mine's only at 4.
Oh, mine's at 7, but I didn't collect 7.
I only have 4.
I can do the library if you two want to go upstairs.
Ooh.
Good?
Cold.
Oh.
Ever and for always cold.
I knew
You
that. I
have
didn't even
a-
have to ask.
You have a spoon.
Ready, Kinky?
No, I'm not ready. Give me a sec.
I'm protecting you.
Okay.
Oop. Definitely is not if I'm still doing this. Okay. I'm ready.
Oh, you ready?
Yep. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate.
Oh, there's the room.
Oh shit, there is.
Oh, you're not my Kinky. Okay, so there's that. So do you want to bash this?
Yes.
Where's the other one?
Yes. Right there. Shit.
Oh, there's a brick. Okay.
Is it in here or is it?
I think it's out here.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Right there's the right there.
Okay. Secret room in 3 different tribes.
There's get the master of unlocking so you can get that one. Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Stamina?
I didn't want to put my thing down.
Oh, I picked up 50 things.
Oh, Kinky.
Yeah. Oh, I can't use that twice. Not bad. Okay. Coming. Oh, shit.
Oh, I did not like that.
Didn't like what? We will
That
rise
stairwell.
A. No! You stop poisoning my friend!
Come on, man, be cool.
You be cool! Alright, where you at? Oh, I hear him. Oh, there's another one right here. You need it?
Mine's
Do you
done.
need to get your 3? Or did you get your 3 already?
Yeah, I got with her now.
Okay.
Just an extra body. As I can tell.
Oh, he's over here, Kinky.
Okay. Come in. In where?
He's in here somewhere,
That room?
but
Okay, I'm gonna go around
I
him.
was trying to go around.
Yeah, I hear him.
I'm just gonna get back to the apartment.
Bitch. Got him. Oh, I've never used the master key before. That's kind of cool.
And it.
Campfire? Yeah, baby. Suck on that one.
He's over here.
Yep, coming.
Hey, Mom. I'm gonna take a bath.
Okay, baby.
Ah! Dodo! Hey, happy talkies!
I don't know where he went, though. Oh, he's over here.
Okay, he said. We're fine. Look away.
I'm back in the courtroom.
Yeah. I'm circling my trash can.
Hi. Oh, you're so upset. Her bed hasn't been on my desk all day, and she is distraught.
How dare?
I know. I'm really going for that worst mom ever award. You tell me, Harley, am I the worst mama ever?
How could you, Crimson? That's what they said.
I'm the worst mom ever. That's what I do.
I need to take damage to heal. Do I have a heal on me? I'm gonna hit the
I have
button.
one.
I have one heal. I didn't do what I needed to do.
Puppies. Puppies. Okay. All right. Your aunties need me. Get your butthole out of my face, please.
I got one.
Yep.
On my way to the second one.
Don't you fucking dare!
Done.
Okay, that's you. I'm very concerned. Someone's walking beside me. You dance. You dance. Yeah. You're so cute. Hi. Mwah. You can wait. Come get me, guy. I need you to hurt me once. There we go. Oh.
You got fucking blood on your conscience.
I'm trying.
Judge,
Shit.
jury, and executioner.
I got lost.
Uh,
Oh, you're not kinky. Oh, taser tank.
Hmm.
Do you have any heals?
Here.
Coming. Come to unlock. Sweet. Alright, I unlocked 3 containers.
You got shot.
I mean, oh!
You're all guilty.
Here.
All of you.
Did he just say mother sucker?
Iffy. Cool.
A 4-year-old saying mother sucker is
Hands up, mother sucker.
What's your wallet say? Mother sucker.
Now she's under her blanket asleep. All is right with the world.
I got an A on that. I'm somebody.
I have completed tasks that expired. That's after 8.
Ow!
What just happened?
Oh, somebody's about to be in a lot of trouble.
He shot me with the Nerf gun.
Not a more.
It's not a mortal wound.
Their blood? No. Then suck it up and let's go.
need to switch to the heal rig, it looks like, for my weekly.
We
Okay, I'll switch.
hey that that's a good quote. All right.
You make this look easy. You inspire me.
Mm.
With partners like you, I can just pile on the sadism, the abuse. You're beautiful.
He
I'd like
said,
to shower
sucker.
you
I
with
am
adulation
beautiful.
and
Thank you.
contempt.
Oh, I need to change. I need to change.
I carry my own contempt, sir.
No potato.
So I've completed almost all the way up to 6, or I'm about to complete page 6. So I could maybe complete this like a night. Only because I had so much previously.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm towards the end of the book as well. But they got so much stuff at the end of the book.
That's what I'm gunning for. Racing to the end so I can get what I want.
Oh, there's pants for this. Pants.
Hold on,
Okay,
I'm decorating for Halloween.
acquire you. Ah. Creepy president, I missed out on you last time.
But not this
But
time.
not this time. Oh, that's right, the floppy skin.
Ew, no floppy skin,
Oh, definitely
please.
floppy skin, baby. Oh, those are the Halloween ones? I like mine better.
Oh, what Halloween wallpaper did I get last year?
Oh, these are two. Gotcha. Little baby pumpkins. Okay, we'll be here, Thea. Fireman suit. Got on that one too. Oh, you're not gonna let me jump ahead, you bitch. And so be it.
If you wear that, I'm not going to be able to look at you. I just want you to be aware.
Okay,
But
I'm
you already
ready.
knew that.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Ooh, I do like that combo. Let's try that. Okay,
Look at my Jimmy Jams.
let go. Look at your Jimmy Jams. Am I done with STEM? Like I am. Hold on. I went upstairs. Gonna change my clothes.
Now I need the skeleton rig.
There are new evidences to pick up. By the way, we don't have to avoid them. Or ignore them. New outfit. I can be your hero, baby.
I can kiss away.
Oh yeah. What was I gonna? Oh, it's gonna do. Wait. Where are you? Oh, there's an orange one. Oh, orange with purple buttons. That I like. It's nice. But not what I'm looking for. There you are. That's some purple pants. Oh, that works. I like it. Oh, and then I gotta change my thing is very orange, but that's not the one I want. I have spider webs. Spiderweb, skeleton. Cute pets, right? It works. We're vibing with it. How you doing, Merle? Hope you're feeling better. How's your tummy? Ooh, let's see the little pumpkins. Little baby pumpkins. Extra pain. Those are not what I want to wear, I think. Here we go. Oh,
Do we know how long Project Lapara is going on?
No.
green. Those are some green slacks, that's for sure.
It just says season 1, so I don't think anybody knows.
Here's the fit. Do we think these pants
Ooh,
go
hold
with
on,
that
hold on.
shirt? I don't know. Let's go with this
Crimson.
one. Oh, those pants go with that shirt. Oh, we're doing that.
Do you like mine?
Look
Of
at
course I
how
do.
dapper.
So dapper.
Where's Kinky? We need to see.
Kinky's not done yet.
Oh, I'm coming.
Oh, I'm coming first.
Oh,
Oh, you do look so dapper. I love it.
my little bat shirt.
I'm jelly. I don't like the bat shirt. I don't like your flesh. And you had to move.
Make it jiggle.
That's nice denim. You like a nice crisp denim.
Okay, so in this one, I need to heal. I need to use rig rechargers and pick up items. Okay.
I don't know. I got a lot of points to put into the Lupara project though, so I'll probably do that tonight.
I haven't done the 500 ones yet, and I haven't decided if I want to do it yet or not. I'm at like 300.
What's on my head? On my head personal or on my head like the character? Because those are my night vision goggles. And there's
Disarm,
some blood
track,
and flesh on them.
What's your flippy flap?
Stun rig. All right,
It
I guess
is.
I'm using those stun rig. I have to disable traps with the stun rig.
Yeah, you gotta
Okay.
throw them at the
When they overstep their
trap.
bounds, they must be taught
Seems like a
flesh.
waste, but okay.
Change the
I
educational
try to do it when I have somebody near it,
you out.
because it'll hit the trap and them.
5 healing items, use 3 root recharge, pick up 10 items. That's our daily tasks.
Okay. That's pretty easy. Yep, 10 out. Yeah, we can do that. Use heal rig 3 times during a single trial. That'll be easy when I switch to it. Antidote. I need to remember to take the antidote. Jing. Whoa, have I not traveled any distant routing? Wow.
No, you have to do it all in one trial. That's why it's
Oh.
yeah.
Ow.
He'll come out of the bathroom eventually.
Somehow I've disabled 3 prime traps. I don't know what that means though, so I'll just keep doing what I'm doing.
I don't know what it is. I
I
haven't.
think it must be the door traps.
Is it the door
I feel
traps?
like it's the
Okay.
door traps.
I'll because I have none.
Mm-hmm.
I'll check when I do the door trap.
Okay. So, like, are you doing something for Halloween or are you just vibing? Merle?
Wait, what is this one?
Teach the police. It's one of the newer ones.
Oh, I was like, have we done this?
Yeah, it's where we have to find the real.
We have to find the what?
So real. So we are.
We have to find.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the film one.
Yes.
50 away from 600. I asked you if you had any Halloween plans or if you were just gonna chill.
Back
Wait,
up.
hold on.
I'm coming. I'm sorry.
Wait, I have to do it.
I was just gonna see if that was the thing.
Okay.
Okay, it's not that one.
I'm gonna take the crown key. Somebody else can
shall
have
take
the
the
bunny
bunny.
key.
I got the bun bun.
Mm,
Ooh, picked up 50 items. Go me. Oh,
Yay!
body.
You need to pick up 10 too.
good party last
Yep.
Saturday, but yeah.
I feel like those are gonna be done just normally. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Are you?
No,
Yeah.
the guys jumped out at me when I opened the door.
I heard the scream. Diamond King. If you have the Diamond Key, I found the door.
No, I. Oh,
I
fuck.
found a body.
Okay. Switch the training film reel. Collect organ sample. Hi, buddy. Yeah. We do both at once, so we can get it out of the way.
Oh, I found the bunny key.
Ron is stuck at a train, and I'm waiting on him.
I'll take the moon.
Oh no. I'm gonna try and get down to you.
I will take the heart key.
Ooh, adrenaline. Oh! Good. No. Open. Open the door. Open the door.
Open the door.
Oh, it's this one. Gotcha.
I have moon. Oh, okay. Oh, nope. Somebody already disarmed this one.
Anything to throw at you, guy.
Hey, Wicked, come here.
Oh, there's the
Wicked.
there are no chains
There's
things are here
There's a
too.
trap on that door. Disarm it and see if that's what it is.
No.
Huh. Well, I don't got an idea. Well, hopefully he gets off the train soon. It's locked. It is not. Oh well.
Please leave me alone, big lady.
Oh shit.
I did not mean to upset you. No.
Oh, fine. I'll let you. Let's go.
Shit.
Oh.
I found where the moon key.
I'm Coming.
the moon key and the spade key go?
I have dummy heads.
Yeah, it's a dead end.
Hmm.
That's Cole. That's Cole. That's Cole. That's Taser Tate. Taser Tate.
Do you need to heal?
No.
Okay.
Do you need a heal?
No, I just was,
Asking.
yeah.
I appreciate it. Did that count though?
For what?
The door trap.
No.
Maybe it's the floor ones? How?
I did that one. It didn't do it.
Hmm.
I
Well,
haven't seen any other traps.
I don't know.
Prime asset traps.
You're gonna pay for what you done!
Pay for shit. Let's see. I need to cut one more killing.
I don't see. Oh, okay, that one's already been taken.
Headshot.
Oh, here is
I
the diamond key.
somehow disabled another prime trap, but I don't. Maybe prime asset. Prime asset. Maybe it's the screamer guy
Oh,
or
okay.
the barrel lady. Bad baby. I'm not.
Okay, hold on. Because I just hit a guy. I don't think it's the screamer guy. I just hit him.
Huh, I don't know.
I'm Googling it.
Prime asset.
I don't see any other traps though.
Prime assets are the villain of it. So, Taser Taint, Gooseberry, and Baby. Those are the prime assets.
Right, but
Oh.
what are their traps?
Maybe you just have to hit them.
Hit them? Because that's confusing wording if that's what we have
That
to
is
do.
confusing word.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go look for taser taint.
He's right here with me.
Okay.
Where'd he go?
Because maybe his thing, his trap is the zappy thing, and hers is Dr. Daddy.
You don't assault an officer of the law!
Nope.
No?
I hit him. I didn't move my stuff up. Also, what am I doing?
Nightmare rate it's 840.
Oh, hey.
Korean.
Hello.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Let's you and me find taser taint,
Sure.
and I'll have him grab me.
Oh! Let her grab you.
Ow!
No? Sure.
Why'd you hit me?
I
Oh,
thought you
we
were a
thought we
badass.
were a thing. Sorry.
Do you see taser taint?
No. He usually talking. He
Did you
usually
hit? Wait, did you hit him with like a brick or
my
an
stun.
ability?
I hit him with my stun. Am I supposed to hit him with a brick?
don't know.
Too many questions.
I hit him with a brick.
This I don't think I do, but I'll take it anyway. Oh no!
Great. I
Oh,
found
here he
heads.
is.
Nope.
Here he is. Crimson, Crimson, come here. Kick him off me. Kick him off me.
Oh, that might be right. Why aren't you moving? Move. I need
I
this.
didn't get anything for that. Did you, Crimson?
Pick up.
I hit him with my stun.
Did it give you anything?
I can't look right now. He's right in front of me. Nope. Now he's attacking me.
Okay, I'm good. Oh, is he on you?
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. No, that didn't even count for me either.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna go back to Google. Give me a second.
I'm gonna hide under this bed.
He's on me, so.
Lurk away. Be safe.
He's got his balls right in my face.
It do be like this. Ginger molasses cookies. Yum, yum, yum.
The explosive trap is usually found on maps that belong to the prime asset Mother Gooseberry.
Okay, so
Trials
we
and challenges. Hold on. The electrical panel is okay. So
I mean, probably a lot, madam, but I don't want to.
Oh, I found Crown.
alright, I'm gonna look for you. Oh wait, hold on.
Unlocking the thing. Ooh, this. What do I have going on here? I'll take it.
Oh, I did it!
What'd you do?
Zombie.
I didn't know I could do that. Hold on.
I
Did
love
that
that
count?
39 me has
That counted. I
What did
threw
you
my stun trap
boyfriend
at
sent
the
me a gift
electric
card that
panel on
I'm
the
using to
floor.
order my pads. Like genuinely excited to get the
Oh.
good pads and not have to pay for them. Oh yeah.
But that was my 7th one. So like I don't know what other ones I did.
See, yeah, I have
That's okay
5.
though. Now we have some kind of.
What did you do?
I threw my stun at I got
The
the
elec-
diamond key at the electrical panel.
Yeah.
Electrical panel.
Which would make sense because Taser Taint is the electric guy, and that is the trap for
There's
him.
electric. These things?
Yeah, the ones on the ground.
Okay, I just did it, so let me check and see if that
Oh
for me.
shit. Yeah, run.
Okay, that definitely is it. Okay.
Okay, you have to aim at the center of the trap where the thing is.
Interesting. Now all of a sudden I can't find one. No, yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know we could disable those traps.
I didn't either. I always just
Same.
jumped
Wait,
over 'em.
so then what would Mother Gooseberries be?
You know?
The explosive traps.
Huh.
Huh. We gonna find out today, boy.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I'm the only one down here, so I'm just gonna grab both keys.
Now I'm looking for the fucking traps.
You're gonna bleed out, honey.
I found the club key. I have
Oh,
to
shit.
pee,
Upstairs.
so it's right where I'm hiding.
Okay.
Oh, you're closer to Crimson Army.
I gotta figure out what the fucking stairs are.
Uh. You. You.
Alright, now I'm just running around in circles.
I haven't acted up, so if you said something to me, I didn't hear it. I said, "Hi, zombie. How you doing?"
Zombie! Our
Got that
zombie
one.
is best zombie.
Okay.
Okay. Whew, I had to pee bad. Oh shoot! I stupidly left my thing. My kink.
Hello. Mm.
Okay. Anything can disable them. It's not just the stun. Okay. Alright, I am up. I was trying to make my way toward Wicked, who just jumped down.
Oh, my bad.
You said you found a key.
I did, and I spaced out because I had to pee, and then I forgot that I was supposed to stay there while I waited for you.
That's fine. I remember where one of them is. Found it.
There's a not one of us out.
Alright, I have the reel.
Fucking finally.
Hey, friend.
Did we get all the organs?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you're
Alright,
just
I
plucking them
just-
for yourself. Have your face.
Just need the stairs. That's Cole. That's Taser Taint. Ow.
Run!
I'm running as fast as I can.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do.
I'm doing okay.
Oh no.
Took a shower.
Yay, shower.
Mine.
And my hair's still wet. I'm real cold. which is not new, obviously, but cool. And then we hit our 500 goal, which means Crimson will be playing Outlast, and Phoenix will be playing Alien Isolation.
I am so very lost.
Stairs up.
You know what, Slenderman?
Stairs, yes.
Hey, I found it. Cool. Uh-oh. Run!
I hit the button.
Yes, I'm trying to hurt you.
Ow. Ow, that really hurt. That really hurt. No, no, don't hit me again. No. Oh god, no. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go down.
You're fine.
Thank you.
I wish I could give you my body heat. I wish I could take your body heat. And wrap around you like a lizard.
Every time I have a
look at
hot
our
flash.
type.
Ooh.
Every time I have a hot flash, I'm gonna will it to you.
Yeah.
What did we miss?
If I get hot flash, I'll just feel normal at this point. That's it.
That's fine.
I'll be like, oh, it's nice and warm in here. My husband will be like, what? I'll be like, I don't need this sweater.
Yeah. You and I in the same room, and you're all wrapped up, and I'm in I'm tank top and shorts, sweating.
Pretty much.
You're all wrapped up.
Got my regular blankie and my weighted blankie and probably my heated blankie. If I could get a heated weighted blankie, oh,
You'd never leave your bed.
I wouldn't. I barely want to leave it now. It's so soft. It's like a nest.
He has shot me twice.
Just remember, you collect the number cumulatively and then shoot them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels
I
right.
have to send you a Jurassic Park Nerf toy, a Nerf gun.
Do they have some?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure.
Gotta
they
be
do.
out there.
All right.
Daily pickup items. I don't see. Rig recharge.
Oh, I still have to extract organs.
Oh.
So do I.
Not the 3, the 25.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's as you find them, so.
Well, now that nobody needs them for
Yeah.
that 3, then we can just start doing our thing.
Consume. I thought I did that. Not destroying enough windows, man.
Okay, I need to use one more healing item.
Theo, what are you gonna do with your advent calendars? Are you gonna wait? Are you gonna go open them? Are you gonna? What are you gonna? I gave you tiny little things, like you're a crow. You're waiting for You'll
I need
Miss?
to hit
I
one
feel
more
like
projectile.
the 13 one is. Chris says, if I had gotten to you in time, you would have been able to open it stuff for your birthday. But I'm excited to see what's inside. You hopped. Yay! Boop. Ooh, yeah. I'm glad you like them. Look away.
I just said, "Ugh, you shot my belt." I mean, you don't need them, kids.
I'm gonna switch to the blind rig.
Oh shit!
You
Hold
can do
down F. You can do it right now.
Do I
Okay.
get anything different? I don't know.
Whew.
Let me look.
I panicked. I panicked so hard.
I need to do the crowd trick one. I'm gonna do. Hit enemy, headshot, projectile. Heal Rick. Times.
Ew. What do I gotta do? Daily. Okay. I need one more healing and rig recharges. Okay.
I'll keep my stun right now.
Alright, finish up your bath.
Yeah, we're doing okay. Halloween stuff dropped for Outlast Trial, so that's what we're playing.
And we're trying to complete it in one day.
Yes.
I mean, so I don't know if Rick will be able to, but me and Kinky might.
Mm.
I'm at half.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
What's
can't see
this one?
catalogs in here. Um,
I don't know if I've ever done this one.
we have.
Oh, Crimson. There's something over here I think that you should see.
Is it boobies?
Your
Yes,
titties?
boobies.
Yeah.
Damn titties.
They're nice titties.
Real titties never look like that.
Some real titties look like that. I've
That-
seen it.
That is a blessing.
They're so blessed. Hashtag blessed.
I wish.
That is a blessing from a deity that loves them.
Yeah,
Did anybody grab the gas?
I have a guess.
There's an unlock thing here if somebody needs it.
I can't remember if I need it. But I've been doing them.
Not me, Grim.
Huh? What are you doing? I'm coming. Sorry. Hey. Don't wanna-
Chance to report to the man and find out.
Now I'm looking on the floor, like where are the traps?
Hello. Aw, you're warm though. I love you. Nice. Yeah.
Wait, no, hold still so I can have your warmth.
Yup. He's been wrapped around my arm. It be good. Go.
I got the next can of gas.
you doing?
Ooh, organ.
Oh. There's an electric trap here.
Ooh. Coming.
Now that now that we know, we're just like do.
It's broken.
I don't care about you. Oh, that was my head.
Hey. What? Ooh. Finish the grunt one.
Oh shit! Not gonna lie, I just forgot what we were doing.
Are we carrying gas cans to things? Or are we done with that?
We need to find another generator. I've got another gas can.
Okay. You need to wait. Go scoot. Go see if Dad has your phone. Might be charged. Oh. Okay, we're good. No. No. Don't get
I
my
found the
phone.
generator.
Go.
It's in the courtyard.
Of course it is. Uh-oh.
Give me fun
No, get
stuff.
out of my way.
You didn't give me fun stuff.
I got it ready.
All right, I'm here.
Coming. Maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well, you opened the door I was near.
Thanks.
I don't even know what body part we're pulling out of these people, but
It differs.
it doesn't really look like a heart.
I pulled out a spine.
Yeah, I swallowed out some vertebrae.
Ew. Thank you.
This
Ow!
land is my land. This land is your land. Okay.
Wait, I think I'm getting closer.
Ooh. Okay.
Found it.
Oh, I see it.
It's already-
Hold on.
Pick it up.
Damn it.
I was trying to get him to follow me.
You know what?
He deactivated my rig.
Yeah, he do that.
Now there's a not me trying to stab me.
You got a lot going on, is what you're saying.
Now there's a gas guy, and he's behind you.
Love this journey. Ooh, another unlucky thingy.
Oh, god damn it. I just needed to stall him for like a minute.
Okay. My thing's almost back. And 9.
Alright, I got it down.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. I would appreciate not being a casualty of war.
Got the 15-second healing one done.
I'm out.
Who just opened? Huh. Okay. Coming.
Alright, Jigglypuff doesn't smell.
What doesn't smell?
My Jigglypuff cup.
Huh. Wicked, what are you? You seem very far away.
I turned left at Albuquerque.
You seem very far away.
Yusa.
Run around, keep coming.
Okay, there we go.
He's there, though.
Hey, Aunt Nikki is not a part of this. You want to shoot Uncle Tontone? Have at it.
Start calling him Tone Loke.
We're Master Cat. Hello. We did
Martian
it.
Cat!
We're over 500. Wicked. Right here. She's right here, too. Alright. Ready? Yeah,
Does
you
anybody
are.
have a rig recharge?
No, I just used one. Bye.
Logan, let him go.
We did it.
We
Yeah.
did.
I feel like I did not help much on that one. I got very much lost. Crimson carried me in her backpack. Just like I did Riley.
No, Riley was your backpack.
Riley was my bag. Right. How you doing, Martian Cat?
You're the engine of the future. I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity. Every day is tomorrow.
I burn with eczema. That's usually what I'm burning with. If I'm being honest. Uh, apparently, your skin condition can go into your mouth. And my dentist was like,
Oh, sweet.
You can get chickenpox in your mouth.
you
I'm
can.
not surprised you can get anything else there.
I don't like it. Oh, good, just chill. He's like, you got some lesions that look like the ones on your jawline. And I'm like, hey, come again. What?
Come again?
I was like, I'm sorry, I have what now?
Who in the what now?
Huh? What? And I didn't explain further. It was just like, oh yeah, okay, well.
I completed no tasks. Fuck you.
I need one more rig recharge.
Another.
I need 2.
What?
A positive mental attitude. No, thank you. I would like to be spiteful.
Oh, are these things we can buy on the web? No, these are things we get.
No,
A
these
paper
are in the
bag?
bundle. Yeah,
And
it's
a
at the end of the
ski?
Halloween bundle.
Oh, no shit.
What is?
I love
The
it.
ducks?
The paper bag.
Yeah, it's on
Paper.
page 8.
Oh, ew.
It's a side item.
I don't like it.
Okay.
I do like the bedspread though. That purple.
The purple bedspread's nice. Okay, so I've consumed the healing items. Ugh, I need 15 more organs, eh? I really need to focus on the crouching.
Just do what we did and just go into the next one and crouch the whole time. Until
Yeah,
it
I
says,
always
hey,
forget the moment I have to run. I always forget to go back.
eliminate or empty the vault.
Empty the. Okay. Yeah, look at my cat. Oh, it's already 71% completed. Cool.
Oops.
I'm glad you're doing well, Kat. Hope Django's doing well too.
I cannot teach you. I can only offer fear and pain and perversion and rage. Let these be
I
your
already have
teachers.
the rage.
Let
Right.
me show you a path to
We already
I
have these things. I don't.
I lead with the perversion, sir.
It came with the package of childhood trauma.
It did. 100% it did. Yep.
Oh, that's a new load. I've seen that.
This isn't one we haven't done a lot of.
Also, I might add, within these 2 weeks, we are 21 away from 1,000 followers.
Holy shit.
Oh,
That's amazing.
Yeah. Number has been steadily going up since we've been streaming every day. Who would have thunk it?
what a thunk!
Who would have thunk?
Well, now we just get a active streaming schedule up. And by Jove, we might do it.
We might.
Who's Joe?
I don't know.
And why do you have to buy him?
We're
Uh,
Where's the
they
Oh,
they
they
lurking.
yeah.
They lurking.
oh,
That's a Thea thing. I feel like that's a information Thea would have.
Yep. But Thea
or
lurking.
or lookup.
Yeah, that too.
I
That too.
do
Okay.
know um where the phrase mind your P's and Q's comes from.
Oh, share.
Yeah.
Please share.
It's because of typewriters. Like when they were printing,
Mm-hmm.
a P and a Q looked the same.
Oh.
So when you were creating the stencil to print the paper, you would have to double check your P's and Q's.
That makes so much sense.
Hmm.
So mind your P's and Q's.
Well, Basha Cat, you
Oh
helped us get
shit!
there, right? Everybody helping us get there.
Exactly.
Oop.
Um.
Oh, I do not remember this one at all.
I remember
I-
like the strip club and the gambling and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I remember
I'm going
what's going
7.
on the map. I don't remember what we're doing.
We have to find the symbols
Symbol.
to get
I'll
the
stay
codes.
here. I'll stay here for the symbols. Wait, can I drop this down there? No.
I like that they have black mannequins. Do I like that they have mannequins? No. But are they? It's inclusive? Yes.
Your mannequins suck, but at least they're inclusive.
Mannequins are creepy.
Pinky here.
Ow! Fuck you.
Are you
What?
kidding me?
Have fun.
I don't know what I'm doing, but okay.
You're looking for the symbols. You're
Yeah,
looking
you keep
for a
saying that.
triangle, a skull, and a spiral.
Can you take a guess who picked up something and didn't realize she switched out the wrong freaking item?
Ooh, you rat bastard. To
I'm
be
in.
that person, but there definitely are meat hooks in here, and no meat hanging from them. But it looks like there once was.
Yeah, because we're the meat.
Oh, good. It's Ukid Neva. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, so what I
You.
was going to say is I realized why I have 7 because I am obsessed with disabling his traps, which
yeah,
is the one you're
that'll do
looking
it.
at right now, Kinky.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting. I'm looking at something.
What's his trap?
The bear trap.
The shotgun, tripwire shotgun
Yeah.
traps.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm up to 9. I did do that, but I don't have anything.
Okay.
Hold on.
I got it.
Right, but that doesn't count for me.
No.
No, it doesn't. Sorry.
What? That's so like, why? Why you do this?
Because I'm a terrible person.
Oh,
it
the drama. I know where Harley gets it from.
I am 100% the most dramatic person in this house. I just keep it internal.
That's not true. That's not true.
Huh?
Who do you think is the most dramatic
Dramatic
person?
in the house.
The dog.
The dog.
I think they feed off each other.
Harley
hey,
is
it's
definitely.
Pink Heitsma. Right there. They're circling around to come and get me.
I have yet to find a single symbol.
I found a body though, so that's nice.
Listen, my brain buffered.
No, I
Okay.
just hit a grunt like 7 times, and I shoved shut the door in his face, and then I just heard my head hurts.
That's funny. Kinky,
What?
make sure you're crawling.
I'm not.
Crouch. Crouch, bitch.
I'm crouching. I'm crouching. Yeah. Much as I
I'm
can.
gonna get the other one and help.
Earned everything myself. None of you fucks is gonna take it away from me.
Oh, good grief. He is very much so close to me. Nothing has even remotely lit up my thingy, so I don't.
Neither.
Ow. That's what I get for not looking.
Sneaky.
Oh no.
Old men. Doctors.
I'm gonna go up these stairs. I don't know where they go to, but here we are.
Alright, I got my rig done.
Oh, I found a. Oh,
Did you find a
You found
symbol?
I found a symbol. But I don't. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. Yeah. Symbol is required. This is a symbol. What do you mean?
you have to be standing in a place where the symbol looks whole.
And sometimes you have to crouch.
Hmm.
I'm not even. Is it yellow?
No, I'm about to get hit. 932 for the triangle.
All right, I got spiral.
Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm getting up to the. Where's the upstairs in this place again? There it is. Alright, I'm up here. What do we got?
932 for the triangle.
932. Spiral.
Wicket
425.
Nova, get out of here. Scoot. What's left?
Skull.
Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think Uncle Tonton laid down.
Shit. I didn't mean to do that. That's the one I just did. Hmm.
I'm just gonna chill in the casino because I can't seem to find shit.
Looking.
I'm done with the grunts, it looks like.
I don't know who your dad is. Be real honest, but oh, you bitch. Yeah, I don't think I'm hearing it. Collect organ samples, so don't forget that. Dirty. Oh, that lady can't breathe. She can't breathe the good.
What, zombie?
In here. Nothing. You're awesome, but I love your face. I love your face, zombie. Which part scared you? Oh, I'm near something. I just don't see it. What am I near? Uh, that one's spiral. Never mind.
Well,
Ah!
I found your triangle.
Oh,
So we just traded places, is what you
we
said.
really did. We just went. Okay.
That was a noise I don't think I've ever heard you make before.
Well, the asthma lady was chasing me, and then, you know,
The guys jumped out.
yeah, that thing did that. Oh, she did not like that. Okay, so there's one up here. There's one down there.
You don't sound like you're joking. Like you wanna hurt my feelings.
Know where the 550 high that thing grabbing you when you went under the the guys, yeah. Yeah.
Where did you guys go? Did you go to the shipping yard?
Uh
We've
Where did
been like everywhere.
I feel like I've been a lot of places. But how you doing, Riley? How you doing?
Oh my god, it's Riley.
It's Riley.
is it Riley?
Am I back at the spiral? Did I just make a circle? No. Oh, yep, I'm at the spiral again.
Alright, I wasn't shipping. I guess I'm going to the chem lab.
I'm in chem right now.
Yeah. Okay, how you doing? I'm doing good.
Ooh.
Oh shit. No, I'm definitely running. Why would I not run? That seems like a weird thing for you to say. Ugh. Back. Okay. Right.
Hi.
Hi. Well, now we're just together. So And we find,
I'm just gonna jump out a window about it.
yeah, just gonna jump out of a window about it. And then go have a big sandwich about it.
Do either of you need to use a rig? Or do
I
you guys
have
already
2
have
rig
that?
recharges on me.
Not at the moment.
Well, there was the thing that said use 3 rigs.
Ah. Yeah, not yet. I need 54 business days to recover. Makes sense.
Sounds reasonable.
If you're done watching Agatha, y'all can come in. I'm just vibing. The one fucking time I don't find his booby traps, you know what I'm saying? That. Okay. This is a
Fuck
place I
yeah.
haven't been.
Okay, I found the triangle. So y'all have already been this way.
Yep. And you said you were, you already went to the chem lab? Is that what you said?
I was in the chem, but that doesn't mean shit.
Hmm.
I am very oblivious to things.
Fair enough.
Fuck you.
Whoa. No, because that's going to take me back, and then I'm going to see the spiral, and then I'm going to be upset. Hey, buddy.
If you crouch through a door, the geist reaches down and grabs your face.
Oh, yeah, I haven't
Oh yeah,
had that part yet.
damn near peed myself.
It hurts so bad. Huh? No. You leave me alone. Woo! It did not take us long last time.
It typically doesn't.
No,
Okay.
Crimson Fasua.
Okay.
Oh, I saw you. Oh, I saw you.
There's the spiral.
Uh-huh. Gotta be.
I already hurt, bitch. I live in a world of chronic pain. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my shit is going off, but why is it going off?
Probably the spiral. Are you up here? Yeah, it's probably the spiral. Go.
That's weird. Mine's not going off.
Did you already put in the code for the skull, or why is this
No,
window?
skull is what we're looking
Skull
for.
is what we're looking for. Okay.
Yes, the spiral is what you were being triggered by.
Mm. Ooh.
All right.
I want to cry again today.
He called me a rat.
Act like
You're
a rat if you're
obviously
not a rat.
squirrel.
I'm a raccoon. I remember the one time we did it, it was like out a window and I couldn't get it.
Yeah, I've been looking out the windows.
Yep.
Right now, I'm just wandering around in the train yard, I guess.
I'm in the chem area right now.
Me too. I think I've seen this. Fuck you up.
Motherfucker.
Hey,
Watch out.
I got it. You're not gonna hurt shit.
Do you think it could be at the beginning? Like, is that a thing?
I am close to the beginning, so I will go take a look.
I'm at the beginning, so I don't see. My shit's not going off. Oh no. He tried to shoot me. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise.
Triangle.
Okay, so we've been to the train station.
You're not wicked. Shut the fuck up. I mean, this you're not supposed to be here shit. You're not supposed to be here.
I'm not. You hit a fucking baby?
I did hit a baby. And
Turn
frankly,
out and do it again.
I'll do it again. And frankly, oh, I found it.
Where was it?
It's in the cam lab.
See, that's why I told you it didn't mean nothing that I already looked.
It's in a weird plot. You have to be crouching, and I don't know if I can get it.
I'm coming. Maybe.
It really looks like I'm lining it up. Am I not lining it up? Because you're right there. How does that not look lined up?
Nope, I'm in the casino.
Oh, I see. There we go. Got it.
Okay.
854. Yeah, that wouldn't have been very obvious. Yeah.
It's in.
Yes, dear.
Oh.
I do not like this.
Do not like what?
It's bottles, but there's nipples on the actual
Oh, yeah.
bottles.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
his
like it.
medicine. Oh. Donut Scraper, I missed you following, I think. Or maybe Solid missed you following? No, Solid probably said something.
Oh, God damn it.
Uh-oh. Okay. Maybe. Oh, no, oh, yeah. I'm outside. Ooh.
Fucking thief!
I'm putting down a trap. I put down a trap, Kinky.
Okay. Ah!
There we go. Alright. I'm out.
I don't think I traveled enough. Where did he go? Really?
It looked like he left.
Hmm.
You little bitch baby.
Oh. He is a little bitch, baby. He really be out here just, I don't want to get trapped anymore. Well, same. But also, I need more of your traps, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't see very many.
You want to do one more? And then call it a night?
Sure.
Sure.
If you're up for it, if you're not, that's okay.
No, I'm good.
It's Outlast. Tony said we look like Ghostbusters.
Hmm. I pause it.
A little bit.
What question? What version of Ghostbusters he is watching?
What version of Ghostbusters are you watching?
If it's just because we're gathered in a group, that's not the same. What is this? What is this you're doing with your face? What is this?
Switch monkey.
You look like a little mouse. A little mouse.
Because I don't have my I don't have canines. I can do chipmunky.
Mm.
I've been doing that a lot lately. I don't know. Like we all
I
know,
know.
like we all do like those like weird things that people like think is weird, but it's just like us being us.
We're stimming.
Mine is a lot of facial stuff.
Yeah. Well, 15
Mine's a lot of
more
fidget stuff.
prime. Did I show you my fidget? My new fidget?
You got a new fidget?
Got a new fidget.
What's your
No.
fidget?
She did not see your
Hold on.
Let's show you.
Hold on.
Look at my thing. Pull it out. It's a cube.
Oh, he also said it's got weight to it, which is
It's
important.
metal. It is metal, so it's hefty.
Ooh.
And then
And it's quiet,
it's quiet. Yeah, it'll make no noise.
which is what I need.
See, that's the part that I like, though.
The noise. I like the noise too, but I need one that's quiet for like when we're doing things.
things. Yeah. I was messing with it when we were doing the one shot.
I didn't even get out yet.
He told you the plan.
You better hurry the fuck up then. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, I didn't make it.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, yeah. It's lovely. I love it so much.
All right, I need.
Zeke disassembled my
14
favorite one, so I have to, which happened a long time ago. I just didn't want to put the effort in getting a new one yet.
Yeah.
And then
You needed to mourn.
I did need to mourn. I was very upset with it. I really like that one. But this one's great.
You are the eye, all-seeing, all-powerful, vulnerable to the
And when they
smallest
ruin
motive.
things, it does actually
Fear is your strength.
trigger
Accept
me a little bit
therapy. Accept
from
our
living with
love.
my siblings. So then I have to like not be angry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could be angry, but not to the point where I would be angry at my siblings.
2 headshots, 15 windows, so many hiding spots.
15 prime assets. Ooh, 20 windows.
14 prime assets.
Okay, I
I need 15.
prime asset.
Prime assets.
13 organs.
Ooh, I need a lot of organs.
Is antidote. 15.
I realized I
11
have
more
not been
time.
collecting organs.
Yeah, I might switch to heal. No, I need one more heal item. Ooh, what was that? Oh, okay.
So what are we when are we gonna do this again? What's our plan? Because obviously, we gotta have it done.
Oh yeah, we gotta finish it.
Mm-hmm.
I need that 4 poster done.
Hello.
Hello.
What the fuck are we doing?
Isn't this the gymnasium one? Is this not the gymnasium?
No, this is different. We have to destroy the past.
Right, but this is still a gym.
Yes, it is the
Yeah.
gym.
For this.
I don't remember ever doing this one.
All right.
5 minutes.
Sector C, I'm going.
Okay, you went to C, I go to B. What am I looking for? The box?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how many boxes we need though.
Well,
Oh god.
Enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more boxes.
Cool. Love it. Are none of these a box? Oh. Found it.
you fucking piece of shit.
I don't know what that sound is that person is making, but I don't like it.
Okay, I found one.
It sounds like they're feral.
I mean, in this place, yeah.
Yeah, but like very
feral?
feral. Like extremely feral. Coming back with the box.
right.
I'm coming back with the box. Oh, just undo the lock. Goodness.
Oh my god, did you kick it?
I did.
Need it when you do that.
Like, why?
Got
You
2 boxes.
dramatic bitch. I found one.
I got another one. So 1, 2, 5 more.
Okay. Oh, it's crayons and pleasure. Not crimson.
How
Why
would
don't
you
you
do
shut
this on
your
your
horse?
own in 3 minutes?
It'll adjust for you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you play by yourself, the game adjusts for you.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I watched
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia play by he exclusively plays by himself.
Because he's insane.
Yeah, a little bit.
my fucking god, I did it again.
Found an organ. Yes. How many do we need?
We've got
The
organs.
All right, but how many of the...
I think we needed 4
boxes?
more.
Did I do that? I don't know what. Okay.
Reasons.
Reasons, man. You got like one of you have got to be the box, right? No. Why are there so many boxes in here if none of you are the box?
I have to like stop and look because
Oh god.
Oh,
I'm like,
Not
I'm
Kinky
gonna
just
miss
stabbed me.
There are no chains. I think quite a few people might. Oh, I found a box. I found it.
something. That's not a box.
I found Snoo's butt in my face.
Yeah, you did. Okay. Throwing box in.
How many more?
I found
3?
a box. Oh,
Why
god.
did you throw that?
I found
Yeah.
a box. Snoo is behind me.
I don't think we're gonna make this one.
But
Oh god. 2 boxes.
We got like 30 seconds.
well, I mean, we can't leave, so
5,
Just
4,
keep going.
3, 2, 1.
What?
I don't know. I don't know. It says we can go though. Regroup in the.
Can't proceed with enemies? Are you kidding me?
Well. We gotta get him out of here.
I don't have a recharge.
I don't. I have one to get the recharge, but they have to come out here.
Okay, they're out of here. They're all out.
Okay. Definitely wasn't what I thought I saw. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
All right. I needed to. Okay. Now what?
I don't know.
Difficulty 2?
Oh, I think the more we put in, the less difficult it is.
Okay.
Kiki, come on.
So we're leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have to find the exit.
But the diamond's on this side. That
doesn't go anywhere.
We gotta go. I think we gotta go this way.
I will follow you.
Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, I got fucked. Right in the face. Actually.
Okay, so out here.
Run! Ah, shit.
there's nowhere.
Okay.
Who's knocking?
But there's no way to go right this way.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it not
Yeah,
this?
this way. This way. We needed to go through here.
Oh, okay.
Kinky.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Go, 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 go.
Oh God,
I'm here.
big lady. Okay. Yep. This way.
Coming. Ah! Ow! Sweet baby.
It's the same as the gas one that we do.
Ah. There's a button.
You guys got 20
I'm out.
seconds.
I'm out. I'm out.
Okay.
Woo!
Ugh. I think that's the closest we've ever come to not getting out.
No, we've not gotten out before.
Well, the closest we've come to not getting out, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Avon calling. Avon go pay.
We did it. We did it.
Oh, yeah, we did it.
Got it, buddy. That's perfect. On time. Love it.
Perfection.
Perfection. I'll be back noon Eastern with something,
I arrived on time and I left on time.
right? Be back
It's a
with
pleasure
something.
doing business with you.
Maybe a quiet place, maybe a group game. Who knows? But you
I
get to see
mean,
this
I
glorious.
mean- Gotta see more of that quiet place.
Uh-huh.
I was like, we gotta see her have the baby.
Yeah.
Martin didn't die for nothing. I think his name is Martin.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah. Martin!
Beautiful.
I am beautiful, Papa. Thank you.
I am special.
Legitimately looks like that person's peeing into the hay. Oh, you good? You just said
It
that?
does. It 100% does.
You
All
looking
right,
in
I
my
made it
room,
to
Crispy?
6 of Lapora.
I'm at
Lapara,
4.
whatever.
Ooh, I have one more healing item.
I didn't make it to
Of
8.
them. I do.
14 organs. We're good.
I do get it. I do have the cool wallpaper now.
Stable. Yeah, they're all doable. Probably get most of it done the next time we play. Good night, Thea.
Nighty, I love you. I am also off to bed. Good night, everybody. I love you.
Good night. Love you. Riley already go to bed? Yes,
I got my wallpaper.
Noise. Catalog. Enough to get the dog suit.
Ooh. I love your face.
I love
I shall
your
see you
face.
tomorrow.
Yep. I will be around.
Good night.
Bye. Alright, everybody. We should probably raid someone. haven't seen that name in forever. Wild. Continue to empty. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you for helping us hit $550. We are past our halfway point. Really? In these times, that's amazing. And we get so many things because of it. We get so many gifts. Crimson has to play Outlast. Phoenix has to play Alien Isolation. Real Minigaming Stuff has to play most likely 2. I think that's just the gift that keeps on giving, honestly. So, I'll see you tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 my time. Love all your face.